If you're listening to this, you may drift off before the end. So before you do, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Before we start, drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is. Now, close your eyes. Just relax, take a deep breath, and let everything go. Good night. Now we can begin. Rain tapped softly on the window as I stirred from a dream I couldn't remember. The apartment was mine, or at least it looked like mine. Same brown leather chair near the window. Same plant that never seemed to grow. But the photo on the mantel wasn't right. It was me, yes, smiling awkwardly, arms draped around two strangers whose faces I didn't recognize. Behind us stood a pale, blue house I'd never seen before. A folded note leaned against the frame. First day back. Don't forget this time. I hadn't written it. At least, I didn't think I had. The streets outside felt muted, more like a dream than morning. I walked past familiar buildings with unfamiliar names. A coffee shop that used to be a bookstore. A corner store with a red awning that hadn't been there yesterday. Inside the shop, the woman behind the counter smiled at me and said, "Back again. Huh, same as always." I nodded out of instinct. She handed me a key. "Room 413. You left your coat." I didn't have the heart to correct her. I didn't even know what to correct. Later that afternoon, I stood in front of the blue house from the photograph. It was tucked between a pair of overgrown hedges, the paint flaking like dead skin. The windows were dark, but I could hear movement inside, slow, deliberate, like someone pacing. I knocked once, silence, then a whisper from behind me, "You always come back." I turned, no one was there. By nightfall, I had nearly convinced myself I was simply tired, that the day had been an odd dream. But when I checked my phone, the date was wrong, 1 week ahead. Messages from names I didn't recognize, some unread, others marked as opened yesterday. I tried to call the most recent number. It rang once, then a man answered with a shaking voice. "Don't come back to the house, please, we can't keep doing this." Then silence. I stayed awake until 3 o'clock, watching shadows crawl across the ceiling. I swore I saw movement near the window, like someone waiting on the fire escape. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed of a hallway I'd never walked before. Long, narrow, covered in old family portraits. Every frame had my face, but a different name, a different life. At the end of the hallway, someone waited. When they turned, I saw myself staring back. I woke to the sound of birdsong I didn't recognize. It was too cheerful, too carefully placed. Like an ambient soundtrack trying too hard to soothe. The ceiling fan spun slowly above me, blades creaking with each pass. This wasn't my room. The bed was too large, the sheets too smooth. A faint smell of lavender hung in the air, mixed with something metallic beneath it. A picture on the nightstand, and showed me standing beside a woman I'd never seen before. Both of us smiling with that practiced intimacy you only see in wedding photos. In bold lettering etched into a glass frame, it read, "James and Clara, 6 years of forever." I wasn't James. The mirror above the dresser confirmed my face hadn't changed, but the clothes hanging in the closet weren't mine. Suits, neatly folded ties, a pair of polished brown shoes with a monogram, J.D. A quick search of the drawers revealed letters addressed to James Delaney, contracts signed in his name, and a half-written journal entry that began, "She said she remembers, but I know she's lying." It was raining that night. She can't lie about the rain. I had no idea what it meant. Clara entered the room around mid-morning, her smile hesitant but warm. "You were talking in your sleep again," she said, brushing a hand across my forehead. I didn't correct her. How could I? I followed her into the kitchen, where 2 cups of coffee were already steaming. "You don't have to go to the gallery today," she offered. "Take the day, rest, after last night." Her voice trailed off. I wanted to ask what had happened the night before, but something in her expression warned me not to. We walked later through a neighborhood I didn't know. Neighbors waved at me. Some smiled, others looked surprised. One older man crossed the street the moment he saw me, muttering under his breath, "You again. Didn't we bury you?" Clara didn't react. When I asked about him, she only said, "That's Mr. Granger. He forgets things." I wondered if I was the one who was forgetting. That night, while Clara slept beside me, I scrolled through her phone. There were dozens of pictures of us on vacations, at parties, in dimly lit restaurants. But none of them felt real. In every one, my smile was slightly too wide, my eyes unfocused, as if he had been there, not me. At exactly 3:15, I heard something whisper from the closet. A dry, papery voice that spoke a single word, "Again." The door creaked open just slightly, but when I checked, it was empty, except for a single photograph tucked into the bottom corner. It was the same photo from yesterday, only this time, the house behind me was burning. The lake wasn't familiar. It sat at the edge of town, or at least at the edge of this version of town. I had woken that morning to the sound of gulls, not birdsong, and a salty breeze that didn't belong in a landlocked state. The house had changed again, smaller now, more rustic, tucked among trees that swayed as if listening. The walls were covered in faded nautical maps, and a yellow raincoat hung by the door. I lived alone this time. No Clara, no wedding photo, just me, a coffee mug labeled Captain of the Storm, and a keychain that read Lakeside Marina Isti, 1983. Outside, fog rolled off the lake like smoke curling from a dying fire. As I walked toward the shoreline, I noticed the footprints wet, barefoot, and fresh, leading from the water's edge up to the dock, then stopping abruptly. There was no sign of someone swimming away, no boat, just the prints and the thick smell of something briny and old. I found him sitting at the far end of the dock, an older man, face obscured by the hood of a long, water-worn coat. He didn't move when I approached, didn't look up, just kept tossing small stones into the water, one by one. Ripples pulsed outward in perfect silence. It was only when I reached his side that he spoke without turning. "You changed faces again," he said. His voice was gravel and wind, and it rattled something loose inside me. "Last time you were taller, thinner, spoke slower, but the eyes are always the same. I don't remember meeting you," I said. He laughed, a hollow sound that barely escaped his throat. "You wouldn't, that's the point, isn't it? You're the one who stays the same while everything else rewrites itself. Every version of this place bends to remember you differently, but you..." He turned his head slightly, revealing a milky eye. "You remember wrong." I asked him what he meant, but he only shook his head and held out something in his hand. A small silver locket, rusted at the edges. I hesitated before taking it. Inside was a photo of a child, maybe 6 or 7, with a red balloon tied to their wrist. The child looked familiar, too familiar. "That's the version of you I liked best," he muttered, before the forgetting took root. Suddenly, the lake stirred. A tremor beneath the surface. Waves rippled without wind. The man rose without looking at me again. "It's coming," he said softly, "not the end, just the explanation." As I walked back to the house, I opened the locket again. The child's eyes blinked, once, then closed. And behind my own eyes, a memory surfaced, standing at a dock just like this one, crying as someone was pulled into the water, screaming a name I couldn't now remember. That night, I found a note pinned to the door in handwriting that matched mine perfectly. It read, "Tomorrow, you won't be him anymore. Be ready." I awoke in a high-rise apartment overlooking a city I'd never seen before. Wide, gridlocked streets veined with rust, colored trams and blinking lights that never turned green. The sky was an unnatural hue, a dusky violet that neither brightened nor darkened. It was always the same time here. Not frozen, but trapped. Every clock I passed read 3 o'clock. Wall clocks, wristwatches, digital billboards. Even the ones in shop windows, long since broken, pointed toward the same minute, the same hour, refusing to move forward. My name was scrawled on a notepad by the bedside Alex Morrow, but I didn't recognize the handwriting. A badge beside it listed my occupation, Urban Flow Technician. The ID photo looked like me, just more exhausted. Beneath it, someone had underlined 3 words, "They are watching." The city buzzed with a low, electrical hum. Its people moved too quickly, their faces oddly blurred in memory even moments after seeing them. Conversations were hushed, cautious, as if the buildings themselves might be listening. I tried speaking to a woman at a food cart, asking for directions, but she only smiled a tight, lipped smile and whispered, "You're late again." The city doesn't like that. The more I wandered, the more I realized I wasn't navigating by streets I was being pulled, like gravity or memory. I found myself in an underground station with no name, the tiles stained with age and soot. There were no trains, just echoes and silence, and a man standing at the far end of the platform, staring into a tunnel that went on forever. "You don't belong here," he said without looking at me. "You're the only one who notices." "Notices what?" I asked. He slowly turned. His eyes were hollow sockets, filled not with darkness, but with light bright and pulsing like static. That time loops, that faces change, that the world stutters and resets. You notice because you were meant to fix it. You were supposed to wake up before the pattern took hold. The tunnel groaned. A wind rushed out of it, smelling of ash and electricity. The man vanished not like someone walking away, but like a light switched off. One moment present, the next nothing. I stumbled backward and fled the station. When I emerged, the city was different again. Street names had shifted, buildings rearranged. The people still moved like shadows, but now, some of them wore my face. Back in the apartment, the clock ticked for the first time. 3:01. On the mirror, someone had scrawled a new message in condensation. "Stop forgetting who you were before the first morning." The hotel stood at the edge of a street that didn't appear on any map, wedged between a boarded-up pharmacy and a flower shop with blooms that never wilted. Its sign flickered dimly, the Halcyon. The letters seemed to rearrange when I blinked, but I didn't question it. Not anymore. I had already learned that doubt was less useful than observation. The lobby was empty, yet a key waited on the front desk. No clerk, no guests, just silence, and the scent of old wood, mildew, and something metallic beneath it all. The brass tag on the key read room 304. I had never been here before, but as I climbed the creaking stairs, I could feel an ache of recognition in my chest, like a phantom memory trying to reach the surface. Room 304 opened with a soft groan. Inside was a child's bedroom blue wallpaper, stuffed animals lining the shelves, a nightlight still glowing in the shape of a smiling moon. The bed was made, though rumpled, as if someone had just slipped out. I felt out of place. I felt watched. On the dresser sat a framed photo of a boy. I didn't recognize his face, but he was holding my hand. The plaque beneath read, "Dad and I, summer before 3rd grade. I had no children." I backed out, my heart hammering. The hallway outside had lengthened. New doors lined the corridor that hadn't been there before. Every one of them slightly open. Every one of them whispering. I opened the next door and stepped into a hospital room. A woman lay in the bed, her face pale, her breath shallow. The machines beeped softly beside her, steady and rhythmic. She turned her head slowly and looked at me with teary eyes. "You came back," she whispered. "You promised you wouldn't forget me this time." I wanted to answer, to explain I didn't know her, that I wasn't who she thought, but the words never formed. Instead, I sat beside her, drawn by something deeper than guilt. She reached for my hand. It felt right in hers. Like we had done this before, many times, the beeping stopped. I blinked, and the room was gone. I stood in a ballroom now. Dust coated the chandeliers. A soft song played from a gramophone in the corner, warped and skipping. All around me, couples danced in slow, flickering loops, their movements jerking like marionettes. One of the dancers turned to face me, and she wore my face. Her eyes were blank, but her mouth whispered a single word I couldn't hear. I slammed the door shut behind me. The hallway stretched on, room after room, a cabin in the snow, a classroom full of children staring at the wall, a dinner table where everyone wore masks of my face, memories that weren't mine but felt like they could have been, or maybe once were. At the end of the corridor stood a final door. Unlike the others, it was locked. As I approached, I heard scratching from the other side, not urgent, not angry, just persistent. The door had no number. Only a time scratched into the wood, 3:15. The road to the lake appeared only once the sun dipped below the tree line. I hadn't planned to go there. It was as if the car had turned on its own, tires crunching gravel paths that didn't exist on the GPS. Dusk had draped the world in a violet hush, and I could see the water before I even saw the town, smooth and silver, like a mirror held up to a dream I hadn't remembered yet. Lakeshore Hollow, the wooden sign read, swaying gently on rusted chains. Beneath it, smaller words had been scratched into the wood by hand. We are remembered by the moon, not the sun. I passed cottages with drawn curtains and docks that stretched into stillness. No sounds of life, no music. No lights in windows, but it didn't feel abandoned. It felt asleep. I parked near the marina and stepped out. My footsteps made no echo. Everything was muffled, like walking through the pages of someone else's memory. As I wandered past the shuttered bait shop and a diner with menu boards too faded to read, I began to notice something unsettling. My phone had changed. The photos in the gallery were not mine. People I didn't recognize smiling, laughing, posed with me in locations I'd never visited. There was one taken at this very lake. I stood on the end of the dock, arm around a woman with green eyes. In the photo, I was wearing a wedding ring. I never married. The diner door creaked open behind me, even though no one had touched it. Inside, a jukebox turned on with a click and began playing a tune I vaguely remembered. A song from childhood, maybe. "You came back," said a voice behind the counter. The man wiping a glass looked straight through me. "But not the way you left." I asked what he meant, but he just smiled. A slow, sympathetic kind of smile, like he pitied me. "Lakeshore Hollow only appears at night," he said, "and only for those the lake wants back." I turned to leave, but when I opened the door again, the town was gone. Where buildings once stood, there was now only the lake stretching into darkness. Even the road had vanished. Fog crawled across the surface like fingers reaching for memory. I ran toward the dock, hoping maybe I'd find something, someone that made sense. The woman with green eyes stood at the end, her feet just inches above the wood, not on it above it. Floating barely, her eyes met mine. "You forgot me," she said, "but I never left." The lake surged behind her, and suddenly I was drowning in memory. A cottage fire, a storm, a voice calling my name from beneath the waves, the sound of a wedding song playing backward. It was all there, but out of order, fragments, loops, dreams dressed as history. When I blinked again, I was back in my car. The clock on the dash read 3:15. I hadn't set it. Outside, the lake was gone. Only a dirt lot remained. No sign of the town, no sign of the dock. But when I looked in the rear-view mirror, I saw the green-eyed woman seated in the back seat. Silent, watching, remembering. I arrived just past 3 o'clock in the morning. The town wasn't on any map, and the road leading in had no name. Just a single crooked sign that read Gable's End. It looked like a place caught between decades, as if time had passed unevenly here. The air was still and dry, and every house lining the main street had exactly one light on. Always the second floor window, always the same pale amber glow. No other lights burned, no voices, no movement, just those glowing windows, like silent watchmen gazing down from forgotten bedrooms. As I drove past, I noticed something else. Every front door was slightly ajar, none fully open, none fully shut. It gave me the uneasy sense that someone had just left or was about to return. I parked the car at the town square, where an old stone fountain gurgled quietly, even though the basin held no water. A metal plaque near the base read, Please leave your light on. They remember better when it's lit. At the edge of the square stood a small inn. I stepped inside, and the bell above the door rang once flat and lifeless. Behind the counter sat an elderly woman with frost-colored hair and eyes that shimmered like candlelight. She didn't ask for my name. Instead, she slid a key across the counter. "Room 7. You've been here before," she said gently, though I had no memory of it. The hallway stretched longer than the outside of the building should have allowed, with faded floral wallpaper and floorboards that creaked in a rhythm too precise to be accidental. My room was already open, and sure enough, one lamp glowed softly by the window. I reached to turn it off, habit maybe, but my hand froze mid-air. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. My reflection in the window didn't match my movement. It blinked too slow. It didn't raise its hand. It watched me. I backed away, heart beating unevenly. On the bedside table sat a journal. My handwriting inside, page after page, though I hadn't written a word of it. Each entry ended the same way: "Don't turn off the light. They come when it's dark." I tried to sleep, but the town made it impossible. Whispers drifted from the hallway, faint, like wind under a door. I heard footsteps above me, even though there were no rooms above mine. And once, just after 3:30, my door creaked open on its own. No one entered, but when I looked toward the window, the lamp flickered. Then I saw them, not reflections, not shadows, faces behind the glass, watching from the dark outside, pale and featureless, like memory stripped of detail. Dozens of them, maybe more, not angry, not curious, just waiting. I stayed awake until dawn. As the sky paled and morning approached, the lamp dimmed slowly on its own. The faces outside melted into mist. When I left the room, the hallway was shorter again. The woman at the front desk was gone. No one else in the town stirred, but every house still had its one light glowing, and every door was still slightly open. You awaken in a seat you don't remember taking. The carriage is dim, the light overhead humming softly, flickering between gold and shadow. Outside the window, the world flows by in slow motion, forests too still to be real. Towns that vanish between blinks, stations without names. There's no rhythm to the ride, no clack of wheels on track, just the steady hum of something old and tired pushing forward through time. There are others in the train car, but none sit too close. Each person occupies their own row, eyes glazed, heads tilted toward the windows as if searching for something long lost. Occasionally, one of them whispers, not to anyone, just to the air. The words don't carry. The sounds fade before they can fully form. You try to stand, but the aisle stretches longer than you expect, growing subtly with every step. You stop after a few feet, not from fear, yet but from the heavy knowledge that this train only lets you move when it wants you to. Your reflection in the glass looks older than you remember, just slightly, just enough. It wears your clothes, mirrors your breath, but the eyes, those are not yours. They are softer, more hollow, like someone who has forgotten the warmth of the sun. You turn away before you can study it longer. An intercom crackles to life above you, and a voice speaks, calm, rehearsed, in a language you almost recognize. The announcement ends with 3 words you do understand. No one returns. Around you, no one reacts. As if they've heard it before, as if it's always been true. You finally make it to the door connecting to the next car. It takes more strength than expected to pull it open. The hallway between cars is impossibly silent. The moment you step into the next carriage, you realize this one is entirely empty, except for one thing. A suitcase sits in the middle of the aisle, untouched, sealed with a strap bearing your name. You don't remember owning a suitcase like this. You don't remember packing anything. You open it. Inside are photos, hundreds of them, all of you, in places you do not recall, with people whose faces are blurred. In one, you are smiling, holding the hand of someone in a park that doesn't exist. In another, you're sitting on a bench as snow falls, reading a letter addressed to you, but the words on the paper are scribbled out. At the very bottom of the case, there is a ticket stub. Departed at 3:15. Arrival unknown. One seat, one memory allowed. It's marked with a date that doesn't exist. You blink, and when your eyes open again, the suitcase is gone. So is the empty car. You're back in your seat. The others are still watching the world pass by, unblinking, unmoved. And on the window now, etched into the fogged glass by some unseen hand, is a message. Do not exit until you're forgotten. Rain tapped softly against the windshield as the motel came into view, barely visible behind a curtain of mist. The vacancy sign buzzed a dull red half, flickering in protest against the weather. You didn't remember turning off the main road. You don't even remember a road, but your hands were on the steering wheel, and your foot had pressed the brake like muscle memory had guided you. The building stretched farther than it should have, each door identical but slightly off. Some were taller. Some leaned inward. Some had brass numbers, others etched in chalk that was smeared by unseen hands. As you stepped out of the car, the rain fell in reverse droplets, pulling upward for brief moments before falling again. You told yourself it was just wind. Inside the lobby, a man behind the counter didn't look up. He slid a room key toward you without speaking, the number etched into it upside down. Room 13. You tried to ask a question, something simple, like how long you'd reserved the room for, but your voice came out muffled, like it had to push through someone else's dream before reaching the air. The man just smiled, eyes cloudy like glass left out in a storm. Room 13 was at the far end. The walk there was longer than the building should allow, each step softer, quieter, like the hallway was padded with layers of memory. You passed a mirror, but saw no reflection, only a flickering image of someone standing still where you should be, staring into you, not from the other side of the glass, but from behind it. When you opened the door, you saw yourself sitting on the bed. Not a reflection, not a hallucination. Another version of you, hair a bit longer, eyes a bit more hollow. They looked up as if they'd been expecting you. Took you long enough, they said, and their voice was heavier, as if they carried years you hadn't lived yet. You stepped backward, but the hallway behind you had vanished. Only walls remained. They pointed to a drawer beside the bed. Each time you check in, you leave something behind. You opened it. Inside were items you remembered losing. A watch you misplaced at 12 years old. A photo of a woman whose name escaped you, but whose face brought ache. A broken key you didn't recognize, but felt important. The other you stood, walked past, and opened the bathroom door. Inside was not a bathroom. It was a different motel room, this one decorated differently. It looked like it belonged to a version of you who preferred sunlight and jazz. The mirror in that room reflected a third you, clean, shaven, smiling, unaware of what was watching from behind the curtain. Each door led to another room, another version, some better, some worse. In one, you were arguing with someone who didn't exist. In another, you were asleep peaceful, until your chest rose without you breathing. You turned to ask your other self something, anything, but they were gone. In their place stood a new key, room 15. The door appeared next to you, silent, waiting. You didn't want to open it, but it was already unlocked. The motel vanished without warning. One blink, and the world had exhaled it away. In its place stood a vast forest, silent, still, ancient. Fog hung low along the underbrush, not drifting, but staying completely motionless, as if it were stitched into the very ground. Trees rose like skeletal towers, bark dark and knotted. Their branches arched toward one another like fingers linking in prayer. You stood at the edge, unsure of how you arrived or what time it was. The air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of wet earth and something faintly metallic. Behind you, no road remained, just endless trunks and moss-covered stone. Ahead, a narrow path beckoned, made not of dirt but of leaves that hadn't yet fallen. Each one looked freshly plucked, and each one bore something strange, handwritten phrases in faded ink. You knelt to examine one. The writing looked familiar, your own, though you had no memory of writing it. Tell her I remember the day she disappeared. The leaf crumbled as you touched it, dissolving into the mist. As you walked, the forest did not grow deeper but wider. Trees did not crowd you. They moved aside, and then they began to whisper, not in words, but in memories. At first, you thought it was your own mind, but the whispers told stories you didn't recognize. A woman with your voice talking to a man whose name you didn't know. A child calling for you from a bedroom you've never seen. Footsteps echoing through hallways built from thoughts that never belonged to you. The forest remembered things for you. You passed a stone well, moss, covered and cracked. As you leaned in, you heard your name whispered from below, but not as a call, more like a warning. The voice said you were already part of the forest, and that every step you took only deepened the roots. The reflection in the water wasn't your face. It was another version of you, older, hollow-eyed, mouth moving as if to speak, but producing no sound. Further along, a tree split down the middle displayed rings not of age, but of moments. Carved into each were scenes. A woman waiting at a train station, you standing in a field under green lightning, a house fire where no one screamed. You pressed your hand to the bark and felt time shiver beneath your palm. At one clearing, dozens of mirrors stood among the trees, framed in branches, vines curling around the edges. Each reflected a different world, a different you. In one, you wore a uniform. In another, you were crying. One mirror was cracked, and in its shattered glass, you saw a version of yourself that had never entered the forest, and they were smiling. Behind you, a new path appeared, carved into the earth with purpose. You followed. Eventually, you came to a tree that had no bark. It was smooth, pale, and cold to the touch. Etched into its trunk were the words, "Only one of you will leave." You tried to turn back. The path was gone. The leaves underfoot were blank, now empty of words, as if the forest had said all it would. Above you, something moved between the branches. You did not look up. Instead, you kept walking, hoping the forest forgot more than you did. The forest vanished sometime between your last step and your first breath in the new place. You didn't fall asleep, but you must have, because now you're waking on a bench near the sea. The sky is thick with clouds, casting a soft, gray light over the cobbled streets of a quiet seaside town. Buildings lean into one another as if for warmth. Wooden signs creak gently in the breeze. Salt clings to everything. You don't know the name of the town. No one tells you, but you feel it's waiting for something. The ocean is calm at first glance, stretching to the horizon with an unsettling stillness. But there's something about the way it watches you. Yes, watches. It doesn't lap the shore like normal water. It pulses slowly, as though it's breathing in time with your heart. The tide reaches a little closer every time you blink. A local woman walks by with a basket of fish, but when you ask her what time it is, she only says, "Not yet. Best you stay awake." You nod, but the exhaustion in your bones is growing. Each blink is heavier. Each step takes more thought than the last, and then you notice it. How the street seems shorter now. The ocean closer. It's moved inland while your eyes were shut for just a moment. You find an inn, the Drowned Bell. The clerk greets you like an old friend, but you've never seen him before. He hands you a room key without asking your name. Same room, he says, always the same one. The number on the key is carved, not printed. Room 31. But as you walk the hallway, there are no numbers on the doors. Just symbols, driftwood patterns, seaweed knots, coral rings. Inside your room, the wallpaper peels slightly near the corners. You lie down out of instinct. You don't want to. But it feels like the bed is pulling you under. You fall asleep, and when you wake, the ocean has entered the town. Water seeps through the cracks in the inn's wooden floors. Outside the window, the sea has swallowed the streets. Boats drift silently between buildings. People are gone, or perhaps they were never here. The tide always comes in when you sleep. You find a journal in the desk drawer. The handwriting is yours, but the entries aren't familiar. They detail each arrival in the town, each attempt to stay awake, each failure. Over and over again, the tide takes more. You realize the inn is taller now, built upward with every new cycle. You are not the first you to wake here, and you might not be the last. You stand at the window, watching the water swirl below. Something swims through it, pale, long, limbed, slow. It turns its face toward the inn, and you realize it wears your features only. Older, more tired, as if it's been waiting for you to return. You don't sleep again that night, but morning doesn't come. The door was already open when you arrived, just enough to let the silence spill out. You don't remember walking here or deciding to enter, but the house seemed to call you from across the street like a memory you once trusted. It's a small two-story cottage tucked behind an overgrown hedge, its white paint flaking in long, curling strips, the windows covered by gauzy curtains that twitch in the windless air. Inside, the air is heavy with the scent of old books and machine oil. Dust clings to the floorboards like it's been waiting there for years, untouched. The only sound is ticking everywhere. Clocks cover the walls, sit on shelves, hang from the ceiling beams. Grandfather clocks lean beside tiny porcelain ones. Wristwatches hang like ornaments from nails in the wood. All of them ticking at once, not in harmony, but in chaos. You stand still for a moment and feel the air move around you like breath from a sleeping house. And then, without warning, they all strike. Not 12, not 1, 3 o'clock, every single one. The sound is not loud, but it fills your chest, vibrates behind your eyes. The hands of the clocks twitch and tremble, and you feel something shift deep in the walls, behind the floorboards, under the earth. You glance at your own wrist out of habit. No watch, just a faint red imprint, like something was removed long ago. You move carefully from room to room. There are photographs nailed to the walls, all black and white. In each one, you see yourself standing in the background, just barely visible in a window reflection or a shadow behind a tree. In one photo, your face is fully clear but aged, distant. Your eyes don't quite match. There's something in them that seems to know what you haven't yet learned. In the study, a journal lies open on the desk. The ink is still wet. The handwriting is your own, and it reads, "They always strike at 3. That's when the shift happens. That's when the house remembers you. Stay until they strike again, and you won't be you anymore." You hear creaking above you, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps pacing across the attic floor. Then the ticking begins to slow. One by one, the clocks wind down, not in silence, but into dissonance. The sound becomes uneven, jagged, like a heartbeat stumbling. You climb the stairs because you must. The attic is filled with mirrors, none of them reflecting the room correctly. Some show you older, some younger, some not at all. One of them shows a stranger entirely, but they all move when you move. You speak aloud. "Who lived here?" And the mirror answers back. "You did, you will, you are." The clocks strike again. 3 o'clock again. The mirrors crack one by one. Thin spiderweb lines across your faces. You run. Back through the ticking walls, through the hallway that now feels slightly longer. Back into the open doorway. But the outside has changed. The sky is no longer gray but greenish, like sea glass, and the buildings on the street lean inward, watching. The clocks strike a third time, and this time you feel something inside you shift. Like a puzzle piece moved just enough to stop fitting where it always had. It began with the signs. You hadn't noticed it at first, the small wooden welcome marker at the edge of town that once read Rivermethiesti. 1832, now simply said welcome, and no town name. No date, just a single, peeling word standing in a sea of weeds. You thought maybe it had been damaged, the letters worn by time or vandals. But the moment you crossed the threshold back into town, you felt it in your bones. This was not the same place you had left the day before. The buildings were familiar in structure, same winding streets, same ivy, covered bookstore on the corner. But the colors had changed, the architecture slightly altered, and the people, they didn't recognize you, not a single one. Not even the shopkeeper who had once handed you fresh coffee every morning with a smile, and a quiet "see you tomorrow." Today, he simply asked your name, and when you told him, he furrowed his brow and muttered something under his breath. Something about déjà vu. The cafe's wallpaper was now yellow, not green. The clocks were all 5 minutes slow, and the newspapers on the counter bore headlines about events that hadn't happened, or hadn't happened yet. One read, "Flood to arrive tomorrow," with a photograph of empty streets already knee-deep in water. Another headline, "Local girl vanishes in plain sight," dated the very next day. You walked the streets, trying to pin down something real, something that hadn't shifted. But even the pavement seemed unfamiliar beneath your feet, like it had been rearranged during the night. Then you saw her, a child standing in the alley beside the tailor's shop, unmoving. Her hair was long and black, her face pale, and her eyes too old for her age. She didn't blink, she just watched you, and when you looked away, even for a heartbeat, she vanished. No footsteps, no sound, just the silence of a town that had rewritten its memory again. The mayor's office was closed. You remember it always being open, even late at night. A brass plaque once engraved with names now bore only a single sentence: "This town forgets so that you remember." By sunset, everything was quieter, too quiet. The windows were shuttered, the lights were dim, and the people moved in a slow, synchronized way, as if reading from a script none of them could remember writing. You stayed in the inn, room 7. You've never stayed there before, but the innkeeper insisted it was your usual place. Inside, the wallpaper matched the one in your childhood home. The bed creaked in the exact rhythm of the storm that used to rattle your windows back then. When you looked in the mirror, your face was slightly off, older, paler, like time had skipped ahead in your absence. Your reflection blinked slower than you did. At 3 o'clock that night, the town changed again. You heard it. Not just the ticking or the whispering of clocks, but the sigh of an entire town exhaling in relief, as if it had been holding its breath, waiting to be forgotten. You looked out the window. The child was standing there again, and this time she whispered, "You're remembering too much." And just like that, she dissolved into the fog that hadn't been there a moment before. You don't remember boarding the train. Only the soft flicker of overhead lights and the low rumble beneath your feet. Outside the window, nothing but darkness, thick and endless, as if the world itself had blinked out of existence. The train car was empty save for you, the faded green seats arranged in a way that felt both old-fashioned and slightly wrong. A smell of rust, dust, and faint perfume lingered in the air, the kind of scent that clings to forgotten things. You stood, unsteady at first, and began walking through the car, the floor gently swaying beneath your steps. Each door opened without resistance, sliding away to reveal another identical carriage. No conductors, no passengers, just row after row of empty seats, some still warm, as if someone had just been there. A newspaper sat folded neatly on a seat near the window in the 4th car. You picked it up. Departure delayed. Again. Dated tomorrow. Again, you sat. The moment you did, the lights flickered once, twice, and steadied. A crackling voice filled the air from hidden speakers overhead. Not quite a language, more like a rhythm of memory. Your memory. You heard your name. You heard someone say, "You were supposed to get off last time." But there had been no last time. Through the window, you began to see shapes in the dark. Trees that seemed to stretch too high. A road that curved in impossible ways. And then towns, familiar ones, but only half, formed. One moment, it was the house you grew up in, then your university, then the hotel from your honeymoon, all overlapping like ghosts on film. As if the train weren't moving through space, but through you. Your past, your thoughts, your forgotten selves. In the 8th car, you found a man in a conductor's uniform seated silently with his back to you. He didn't turn, didn't breathe. When you tried to speak, your voice came out muffled, as though the air itself were thick with memory. You reached to tap his shoulder, but your hand passed through him. He shimmered just briefly, and then the car behind you was gone. Not the doors, the entire car. You were alone again, but now even the seats looked different, older, like they'd been abandoned for decades. Graffiti marked the windows, a single word repeated over and over: remember. One seat bore a message scratched into the leather: you always leave too late. The train slowed, not to stop, but to remind you. A station approached, its lights flickering in and out of sight like a mirage. You could almost see people on the platform, faces blurred, waving. One held up a sign, a warning: this stop is not for you. You stayed seated. As the train passed, a low static filled the cabin. Then a soft lullaby, barely audible, hummed through the speakers. You remembered that tune. Your mother sang it, but the lyrics were wrong, twisted, foreign, as if someone had taken your memory and translated it into another language, one not meant to be understood. At exactly 3:30, the train doors opened on their own, not at a platform, not at a stop, just a tunnel filled with fog. You didn't move, neither did the train, and in that stillness, the speakers whispered again, "The world will forget you again tomorrow." The train was gone. You don't remember how or when, but now you're standing at the edge of a street you used to know, Maple Lane, a place that once held laughter, barbecues, the sharp scent of cut grass. But tonight it's silent. The air is still, heavy with the scent of damp leaves and old wood. Streetlights buzz above, dim and flickering, casting elongated shadows that sway where nothing moves. Every house looks familiar, yet somehow off, windows too small, doors slightly misaligned, fences that lean inward like they're listening. And then there it is, your house, or at least the version of it that seems to have survived the shifting. The same gabled roof, the cracked steps, even the wind chime by the door. A gift from someone you can't quite remember, still sways gently, though there's no wind. You walk up, your feet knowing the way better than your mind does, and reach for the door. The knob is cold, almost wet, like it's been waiting too long to be touched. Inside, the house welcomes you with a silence that feels almost alive. Photos line the walls, but none of them show your face. A woman and a child, a man and an elderly couple. The faces change in each photo, but the background, the kitchen, the hallway, the sloped attic ceiling remains the same. It's your home, but not your life. You reach out to touch one frame, and the glass is warm, pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat beneath your palm. You wander through rooms that seem to adjust as you pass. The living room stretches longer than it should. The hallway loops back on itself once, then twice. The bathroom mirror shows a version of you with eyes you don't recognize. Tired, unsure, older than you remember being. You look away. In the attic, you find the source. A notebook lies open on a child's desk, the pages yellowed, the ink smudged. It's written in your handwriting, but the words are addressed to someone else. You were here yesterday. One line reads, "You'll be someone else tomorrow." Beside the notebook is a music box. You don't recognize it, but your hands know how to open it. The melody is slow, off, key, but hauntingly familiar. As it plays, memories rush in, not just yours, but the ones the world has forgotten for you. A park bench in autumn, the sound of rain at 3 o'clock in the morning, a woman whispering, "Don't forget who you were," even when no one else remembers. The music fades. You sit on the floor, overwhelmed but strangely calm. For the first time, you understand, the world doesn't change you. It reflects who you were supposed to be. Each day, a new mirror. Each person, a different angle. The house was never empty. It was full of versions of you that the world couldn't hold on to. And now it's your turn to forget. Outside, the wind begins to howl. The fog returns, curling under the door, creeping across the floor like a tide of sleep. You don't resist. You let it take you. Because tomorrow, the world will remember you differently. And maybe this time, it'll get closer to the truth. The end.